Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be continuing our game dev project tonight. Got to work on moving the movement templates and similar over to the spawner instead of on the projectiles and mobs. But before we do, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember and Mason visible. Not sure where Sherbet is, or Sky. They might be hiding under the bed again. Monday, I will be working on some camera adjustments. One of them is going to be a, an under the bed camera, so that we can spot them if they do that. But yeah, we are going to do something real quick that I forgot to do at the start of the stream. Just a moment. We will actually be starting in just a moment. Sorry about that. Had to check a couple things and complete a step that I missed. Checking, yeah. I do see, let's see, we had a Yassine come in a little bit earlier. I don't know if they're still around. Rune and Okaneki, and I see Cats as well, have joined us. Hello, everyone. Having a pretty good day today. Making some progress with my short-form videos, but not a lot. That should be coming back online soon enough. Bump this. Oop. Must have bumped that button. I tried to find some more music akin to the strings in that For Your Tranquility. I couldn't find anything that had the same feel, at least in the music that I had available to me. It's a little tricky to search now and again. Let's see. Last we left off... Insomnia, huh, Kebo? Get a bit of something like that. It's not quite the same thing, but forgot to close some doors and check on the cat head count. Isn't this something different here? Oh no, okay, this is the kind of jittering of the mob spawn. Okay. This is the primary music that I use for stream. Now, I kind of listen to semi-random stuff when it fits, when it suits me. It's really kind of the last thing that I heard that really struck me. The music that I've got here is stuff that I can listen to passively. There's somebody on YouTube, it's like Mishi or Michi, that does English covers to a lot of music. They do some good stuff. Yeah, Kebo. Yeah, it's background for me a lot of times. Nothing to be sorry about, folks, if you have to go for technical difficulties, personal reasons, anything like that. Missing a stream, leaving a stream, coming in after the stream has started. None of that's bad. Nothing's wrong about that. You've got stuff to do. Some of the stuff is out of your control. There's no need to apologize. Okay. Got that. So this is what we need to change. So instead, we're going to use movement modifiers here. What did you miss? Towards the end, Cats, we were getting to the point where we were going through our book of kind of evidence and trying to connect the dots. Hey there, Smiley. Welcome to the broadcast. You're joining us for one of our game dev streams. We're working on adjusting where we put movement logic for mob spawners. Oh, we haven't found the murderer yet, Cats. We have a lot of suspects at this point. We're referring to the game from last stream. We had, it gets like the mother, the supervisor, and a couple of the people that encountered him. But really, I think it's between the mother and the supervisor at this point. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Let's see. Okay. So we know we have movement modifiers and movement modifier speed. Instead of mob to spawn movement template, we are going to go movement modifiers. Indeed. I try to have stuff like that. Because it's easy to pronounce it in a way that is suggestive. I like the seafood equivalent of a chicken nugget. Often in cylinder form. You had a pet moth? I like the beat. Yeah. I think in general, if it's well kept and it doesn't enter directly into another person's space, there really isn't a reason to be hostile about a unconventional pet. So some people are disfavor things like snakes or spiders or similar, but you know I'm generally on the mind in the mind of stay on your side of the line and don't mess with my stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's that kind of thing's not okay. You don't invade another person's space and kill their pets. That's kind of a period full stop kind of scenario. Yep, Smiley, that's 2 of the 5. One of them is on my lap currently. Let's see if we can see any others. Okay, Sky is looking out the window. If Sky is there, Sherbet can't be far away. Ember is the little gray, orange, and white one. The diluted. She is one of the little sweeties that very frequently comes over to sit on my lap. Yep. She is getting back and ear scratches. But yeah, we keep a camera on at least one cat at all times. We try to catch as many on camera at once as we can. All right. Okay, yeah. So we use movement modifiers and movement modifier speed array, which is local instead of the one in mob body. Okay, it's not mob spawn movement template, it's movement. Oof. Ember crawling around me. Yes. The cat's beds take up probably about a third of the bed space. At least a quarter. Okay, so for each movement modifier in the spawner, we're going to replace mob to spawn movement templates, J, with this. We're going to instantiate it. Yep. Hello, Ember. Swiss cheese is good. I personally, my favorite cheese is Colby Jack. Though on a sandwich, I do also like some provolone sometimes. I do not have a lot of exposure to different cheeses. Not a fan of cheeses with like bits in. So like your pepper cheeses and the like. I know of the existence of like runny cheeses, but I don't know that they're bad, but there's something about the fact of runny cheese that just kind of seems off to me. instantiate it, we append it, and then we add this movement. I know it's not a thing, but it's because you aren't giving me auto. There we go. Okay, so now it won't. I can't really speak to that. Most of the cheese that I encounter is mass produced. Okay. So what this should do is it should move reliance off of the mob templates, movement template and movement speed. So we should be able to get rid of this. Just so. And now it's in the spawner. So if I go into the spawner, that, and we have our templates. Spawner templates have movement modifiers, position modifiers, count modifiers, and intervals. Okay. Yes, cats. Can we just do this? Let's... Let's go into our spawner templates. I'm going to look at homing mouse here. Positions. Got movement. 0, 1, and 2, 0, 0, and 3. I think I missed the question. Got distracted. Hey there, Sci-Fi. Yes, that is Mason sleeping there. He is kind of tan and white like his sibling. That is 2 of the 5. That is camera 7. Okay, I broke a thing. It's not shocking. We are developing a game, Sci-Fi. I'm currently debugging. Okay, Spawner Factory is probably missing something. Let's go to Spawner Factory. Count modifier, spawn interval. Yep, we were missing a thing. that's why. And template. And modifier speed I. Cats, were you asking which country I'm from? United States. God of War 3? Not too surprising, Charlotte. I can't say that I know that that is necessarily true, but it sounds like something that is true. We're making a Vampire Survivors style game, sci-fi. Oh, I have not gone to other countries. There was a time when I was considering going to some other countries for like a vacation tour kind of thing, but it never happened. You do shed skin pretty much constantly. Okay, now we are back to the mouse not doing anything. Okay, well, we're making progress. Making progress. So the mouse should be moving in a straight line. I don't know. I'm not ultimately big on travel, and I'm really paranoid about leaving my cats behind. So at the moment, barring, some sort of political apocalypse, there's not a lot of incentive for me to move. Yeah, but it'd have to be the right person, and they'd have to be able to commit the time. It's a whole thing. Okay, so the mouse object is not moving. But why? Because we should be adding movement templates here. Should be. Let's stop here. We're going to go into blob spawner. Okay, it still has track player movement. That should be fine. Blob spawner should be operating. I stream because I have to deal with bandwidth considerations. Is when I stream. If I didn't need to, I might consider streaming early, and there's also the possibility that I do additional short form streams, like short form only, the phone format, earlier, but haven't committed to anything like that yet. Yeah, European countries are interesting for the ones that let you, like the generally open border policy is kind of nice. Me, I stream in the afternoon. Like it's 4 p.m. It's hello, Emperor. Hey. Yes. What made me start streaming? It's something that I wanted to try. And so I eventually pulled the trigger on it, just ran with it. It's highly automated at this point, Kevo. Well, I appreciate it, Rune. It gives me plenty of time to do other things, Kevo. Like stream. Let's... Okay, so I go in. This should be the projectile. Okay, so we have movement. Should have... Okay, the movement isn't being populated. So there's our problem. It's not actually appending it. No worries, sci-fi, no worries. I always tell folks, if you want to and you can donate or join membership or anything like that, it's always appreciated, but don't feel compelled to. Don't feel pushed to. Operate within your wants and needs. Okay, so why this not work? Push back. Okay, at the end of the ray. Oh, okay. Push at the back. Okay. There's not as much traffic in the horizontal streams, cats. I'm finding that a whole lot of people watch on their phones. Hey there, Jake. I do not play Roblox. And welcome to the other stream, cats. Yep. I mean, a good way to look at code in general is code is a language. It is a series of symbols we use to convey meaning and symbol. And in this case, it's the meaning we're conveying is a series of instructions. So you look at things like proteins and whatnot, and they're effectively lines of code. They are a series of symbols that say, do this stuff. You get exposed to information, and some of it sinks in. So why this not append? Why this not append? So let's go in here again. Hello, Ember. Hello, baby. Look at our movement object. And then we're going to look in our movement templates. Okay, and there is nothing. Why is there nothing? Look at our spawner. Spawners have movement modifiers and movement modifier speed. Yeah. So then if we look at a spawner template, I adjusted that a bit there, cats. It's more about the content. I can't guarantee that content is going to be something that is minor appropriate. See, for example, the prior stream where we were doing, even if it was cartoony, relatively detailed autopsy kind of stuff. Hey there, Mafioso. Welcome. Welcome back. We're trying to figure out what I did wrong. These are packed scenes. They should be instantiated. But so I should be able to get movement modifiers and then instantiate it. Why? It's okay, Kat. It's okay. I was calling out a recent thing and why I adjusted it. Okay. So part of our problem is right now this isn't working. So let's go here and see if instantiated movement template actually is something. It is a thing. And it uses random direction as its script. That should be the thing. So then we're going to append it, but it's not appending. So if I go into movement, need a full movement. A lot of this is me muttering about the code and kind of doing a stream of consciousness. So do not worry about asking questions or chatting. Feel free. I will try to keep up. Position modifiers. We're going to need to move some of these things around as a result, but in a movement we have is an array of movement templates. Okay, here's part of our issue. Ultimately not sure there, cats. Like, it'd be interesting to see stuff, but I don't know that I would really have the motivation to do so. Primarily because there's a lot of things I can see just by, looking up images of them and see them. And so I don't have to like walk around and travel to see them. That is supposedly true there, Rune. My difficulty with a lot of studies like that is that their population set is a bit tricky, and they don't focus as much on the thing that is the cancer-causing elements. So there are particular additives in parts, like usually chemical processes that they put stuff through, that will include carcinogens. And that becomes the thing that you got to keep an eye on. But the broadcast, the thing that they say is, oh, processed foods. And you really can't get any vaguer than processed. Pretty much everything is put through a process of some kind, unless you are getting it directly from, say, like a producer of it. So, like, a farm to table kind of stuff. And even then, some of the things used in the production of that allow it to be mass generated can also include carcinogens. So it's figuring out what the actual thing is and then trying to get that out of the food. Definitely possible, Rune. I mean, bananas are radioactive. Most things are. Are you saying, like, significantly radioactive? Like, dangerously? Or just generally? Okay, this is a movement template, which is different than just the packed scene. So we have an actual movement template here. So it needs to be instantiated. Why can it not be instantiated? Because if it's in a spawner, okay, spawners take movement modifiers into a packed scene, while the templates do. Then the actual spawner has position modifiers and movement templates. So the spawner should just be taking the movement template. Which is movement modifiers. Interesting, interesting. Hello, Sky. Hey. Yeah. Come here. Sky is indicating that he might want attention, but is staying out of direct reach. So I gotta reach all the way over to the table and give him chin scratches. Generally means extending my arm all the way off to the side. In general, the U.S., it's a good way to look at the U.S. is akin to a series of European countries. Some of the states are very, very large and very disparate in culture. Yeah, what Kebo said. For those joining us, I am staring at the code trying to figure out what's going wrong here. because movement modifiers should be things. We look at not a local, it's a member. So there are 3 movement modifiers. They are entities. I mean, fruit juice is sugar water. If you mean bad for you in the sense that it is very, very sugary, it's at least better sugar. Goes through. You know, it's better sugar than the high fructose corn syrup that goes into a lot of syrups, but it's still sugar. It's kind of like, you know, a smoothie made out of fruit is not a health drink. Okay, how about instantiated movement template? Is it a thing at this point? 377151. Yeah, okay. It is the correct thing. But movement templates is not going to append it. So why? Why you not do? Yeah. It does not actually append it, and that's a problem. Can you clarify, Rune? Do you mean a fatality rate as in a like in the sense of a fatal accident, or no, ingesting a toxin, as in short term it'll kill you right then and there, or do you mean long term effect on average lifespan based on studies? That can be the problem with a lot of articles. I have mentioned to people a good thing to consider when looking at that sort of stuff, to try to understand more, is to see if you can follow the chain of studies and sources to their end and figure out where it comes from, to try to determine if there is a ulterior motive for distortion of facts, or just an outright distortion of facts. I get focused there, Cats, and it takes me some time to notice something in chat. That is particularly true in things like coding streams and some more intense games. Just for giggles. No, it's still not doing anything here. We know this is something, and it is of the type that we want. But it's not actually going into the array. That is Sky and Ember. Sky is cleaning Ember's head. But anything in errors. I should look at errors. Nothing there. Now, Sky is friendly. And those two are kind of the last of the old guard, as it were. They are two that have lived through several deaths in the family. So there's definitely a bit of solidarity between the two of them. Ember will actually allow Sky to do that. She is not snuggly with anybody else. Though the rest are just not necessarily snuggly cats, just those two get along. Another way to we just add or append an array. I do not, cats. I do not. I have some little, effectively memorial urns, but they're in a place that I actively avoid looking at. Oof. Late trains are a pain there, Kebo. That's a real pain. Is the weather at least nice? I do not, cats. It is hard for me emotionally to even look over there. I acknowledge them and I remember them fondly. No, they were cremated. I have urns with their ashes. Not too shocking, Kebo. Trains running on time is more of an expectation in other places in the world than in the US, in my experience. Whereas over here, it's more of a how late will it be? Less late is a sign of quality as opposed to, how frequently is it late? About a sign. Let's do a test on that. I'm gonna toggle this. So again, for those that are wondering what's going on, I am attempting to figure out where a bug is. And we're having some problems with that. Sign. Movement modifiers. Sign. So. Okay, well, it's not crashing anymore, and the blobs can still move. Which means there's probably a problem with the logic of the movement now. But we've solved a problem with the actual logic here. Hi, Mokoto. Welcome to the broadcast. I do not cats. One time I started the process of trying to learn Chinese and just never got past the initial steps. I wasn't able to devote enough attention to it at the time for it to stick. And welcome to the broadcast, Mokoto. We're doing some game development today. It's kind of a chill, mostly chatting stream, as I try to figure out how I broke stuff. Okay. So let's go through our movement types. Let's close everything. We're going to go into Yeah. But learning other languages can be an interesting concept. It's a good skill to develop. Okay. This is our random direction. So target should not be set. We have received a target that has no target object or direction. So we hop across here, we get a random direction. Is, suitably random, and we have now set the target. Target is set. We set the target direction of target. It did not set the target direction of target. Oh, why you do this? Wait. Well, that's the problem. Ooh. Let's try that again. It's not very random. Why is it always going up and right? Wait a minute. Am I setting them all to the same instance? I think that might be what's going on here. Okay, we're going to fire this and see if we ever get another instance of false. So do that one more time. Okay. I'm pretty sure we are setting them all to the same instance with the way that we're doing it. Oh, man. Okay, so this is just taking the instances of it. The little things that are firing out are little wind-up mice. Okay, we need a way to duplicate the object. Can I do... Let's open the template. It's equal to the template. New test. Hello, Sky. Hello. Hello. Just slapping some code down here so I can test something. Clearly solid. Though technically also liquid. Most of the existence of a nanotype is in the nanofluid flowing through the core. Okay, so we can't new it with a... I think we might have to duplicate the object, but the problem is the object is a packed scene. Initially. Okay, we're going to have to fundamentally change this flow. So if we go to a spawner template, we have a packed scene. The spawner, we should not instantiate the packed scene. We should relay this down. And we are doing this so that we can instantiate it. By instantiating it in the spawner, all we were accomplishing is duplicating a reference to the object. I don't have anything special planned, cats. Given the rate of growth of the channel, that's going to be a little bit yet. Hey there, Dizzy. Welcome to the broadcast. You are joining us for some game dev. Toggled comment on this. Ah, okay. It sounds familiar there, Dizzy. Yes, I have Sapphire, but I do see that my beverage has run out. So it is time to top that up. It is actually, I think camera 1 might be jammed, actually. Try to force it. Hey there, Cot. Welcome to the Twitch stream. You are joining on the Twitch side. There are 2 YouTube streams going on, so you might not notice who I'm talking to. Nice, nice. Unreal Engine is a very powerful one. I think this will fail. So we need to go into our spawner factory. We're not going to instantiate. Okay, that's why it's not failing. But we need it to fail, essentially. At this one, we're passing the packed scene along. Hello again. You bring it back to your Catbot retailer closest to you if you need it to factory reset. Though, as of the most recent updates, if the Catbot would need to factory reset or something, it will report back to the factory itself. The option to do so manually has been removed for your safety and the proper function of all Catbots. Okay, so what we're working on here is I ran into a problem that I was accidentally passing around a single instance of some objects that I want to be individual objects. So I'm changing it so it relays down the packed scene that represents the general template of it. Indeed, we have a pair of kitty cats there. Welcome to the broadcast, Therian. So then we go into spawner. Spawn process, we are instantiating it. So we need... So now we instantiate it, and then we do instantiate position modifier is equal to position modifier instantiate Then we say instantiated position modifier modify position. Yeah. We are making a Vampire Survivor style game, Coffee. Okay, so we're back to this bug. But we're getting there. We're getting there. They're not supposed to be random like this. That's only supposed to happen if the target entity is not known. I did answer that, Cats. I don't have anything planned because that's still a bit out. You know, another 800 or 900 people is several months at least. Hey there, Demon. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so now we need to look at our movement modifiers and make sure that they're actually happening correctly. Okay, so we have target mob is a mob body. It is currently null. If it does not have a target, it's going to try to get a random mob. And then we're going to get the direction to that target. And we're going to set target direction, not movement direction. Oh, no. Okay, movement direction is there, though. That should still work. Let's look back in our random direction. We don't need target direction. We have movement direction. Oh, no. Okay. That's why that needs to be there. Target direction is set. It's set to target direction. We preserve that. Then in random mob, we get target direction is equal to this, and target direction and then if the target mob is not null, we're going to set okay. This is called GD script, Coffee. You can in Spirit Rune. So the intent of this function, Coffee, is the first one just picks a random direction. So we get a vector pointing right and we rotate it around to pick a random direction. You can see some of that happening. These should not be messing with movement direction. But we can still set it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. We do have a problem here. So this is behaving how we want it to. But movement direction should be getting set. Now, these don't care about movement direction. These don't care about movement direction, do they? They should. Okay. So, what I'm referring to is that we have position modifiers. Position modifiers do things like fan a group of projectiles out over an arc. We demonstrated that earlier. We have since broken it. So target direction is where it initially wanted to move, but it should be movement direction that we're setting. This one's individual movement direction should be recorded initially. And we're passing that down into the target so that subsequent modifiers will receive that new one. So when this one gets... its movement direction gets modified, it should adjust that in the target. Yeah. So this should be movement direction. Like that. Okay. So what this is doing is that each time when it is initially set, when it initially is called, it creates a random direction and says, I've done that. So that's its random direction. And subsequently, once it's done that, it always passes that into target direction. It just iterates on that. So if the movement direction is adjusted by a position modifier, it will put that in the target instead. All of my cats are altered, so they don't really go into heat or anything like that. In general, with pet cats, you should consider getting them altered in that way. Both really for their own health, the cleanliness of your household, and if you let them outside, the safety of them and their offspring. Then random mob. We don't need a target direction. It's all going to be movement direction. Target mob does need to be set. This is if target set. Because there will be a target mob at this point. Right here. Okay. It only sets a target if there is a mob and if the thing that it finds is targetable. For the it's generally like a yearly checkup, cats, and for that scenario, which I still need to schedule, it's a few cats at a time at most. For the most part, Sammy and Sherbet need to be loaded separately. Mason, Sky, and Ember could all be taken in at once relatively easy. I do need to get a separate carrier. Cramming 3 of them in one of these carriers would be a problem. But Sammy and Sherbet can be difficult to get into a carrier. All right, Kofty, thanks for joining us. Did I fix it with this? Nope. Okay, sometimes it looks right, but that might be coincidental. No, I will not be. I will not be giving out that information, cats. Yeah, if I'm going to transport mine anywhere, cats, they're in carriers. I have a nice softer one now. They seem to be more comfortable with it. Okay, so position modifiers still aren't working. All right, before I forget, again, I do need to take my first break. I need to top up the beverage and move around a little bit. I will be right back. All right, getting settled in. Restart in just a moment. Back in. Okay, so the direction keeps getting passed down. Each one should have its own movement direction. Oh, thank you. Part of the get up and move around was to pour some kibble out for Sky and Mason. They prefer the kibble, so I tend to sort of lace that in with the wet food. Okay, let's... I'm gonna put one here. I'm gonna put one here. Then we're gonna look at straight line. Yeah. So this is the one that actually moves it. Or at least it's how I want it to work. Okay, so target has... Okay, random direction will not mess with the target object. It doesn't have that. 987. Here, we're gonna stop this actually, and we're gonna go into our blob spawner. I'm gonna set this to 1 minute. Okay. So no body, 573. Mason popped out to look at the kibble and then has wandered off. Okay, then... Then we're at random mob, and by the end, target has... Okay, 573. And now we're at this, and the target should still have 573. Now we look at it again. Direction, random mob, move straight. Random direction, random mob, move straight. Now we get random direction, and this time it should be slightly modified. Stop here. Do all of those. We do a single move on them. So that's... if personal information were to leak in some fashion, the stream stops and goes away. And then we don't speak of it in subsequent streams. Okay, here's part of the problem. So, because we are actually properly instantiating the objects, each individual one is totally different. So random direction is going to set an initial random direction. Random mob is going to set a random mob. But that's going to iterate multiple times. We don't actually... It's our target. Target is a target object, and we're constantly setting the target. So the first one will reset the target each time. Okay. So we go through, we update it, go through, update it. That would be a shared movement object at that point. And each one's going to randomize it. All right, let's look at movement again. So this one has its own random direction. It's going to try to assert it. But we want to be able to make the initial movement object assert the random direction. Okay. All right, let's think about this here. If there is a direction when it comes in, it won't override it. We want them to be able to override it. Okay, so at the end of the last stream, what we were trying to get to is we've separated the concept of targeting and movement. We want to be able to have in sequence targeting change. But there's a bit of a problem going on because when we create multiple objects at once, it is resulting in the subsequent ones having problems with that. So each one overrides it, but what we want is the subsequent ones to all use the same base movement. So their movement patterns should be identical. But each of these is going to override it. So that's a problem. Is what it's doing is instead of respecting the changes that were made, each time it's overriding them. That's our problem. There's our problem. What we may have to do is relay this down. Is once the target direction is set, that it sticks to it. So we have a functional conflict going on. I want to be able to make it so that down the chain, say, first it starts with a random direction, but something down the chain can override that random direction. So each one I think more specifically, I want each of the subsequent projectiles to match the initial projectile. Subsequently, they can deviate off, but first they need to match the initial projectile. So that means we're going to have to change the way that we add the movement objects, because each movement object with a subsequent one needs to match the later movement, the first movement object. Okay. Generally, they're all around in my general vicinity when I'm sleeping. Ember and Sky will usually be on the Squishmallow. Sammy will sometimes be outside of the room near the tree in the play area. Sherbet will be at the top of the window tree. Mason will be in various spots. What do we do? Okay, let's look at this. So we instantiate the mob, we set its movement templates, and then we set its movement. But the behavior of each of these objects, we actually want to preserve that first movement object. It's not the target that matters. It's the actual movement objects and what they think. The target should still matter too. If we keep the first movement object, we can get the movement templates from them and set their data. I think we might need to fundamentally change the way movement templates work. Because each movement template could keep its own target instead of movement direction. Yeah. I think that might be how we have to do it. Each one has its own target instead of a movement direction. I used to go live on TikTok, Cats, but one, nobody came by really. Less than the widescreen stream with reliability. It would often be empty, and going live on TikTok is a pain in the butt. You have to use special TikTok software, and you need special permissions to do it. It's a hassle. I have an Instagram. I don't use it. I have a lot of social media accounts I don't use. I'm just sitting on the name. Same way I have a Threads account and a couple of others. Just about every username, every time it's newtmechanist. Maybe not. I don't really have a lot of intent to use Instagram. Yeah. Okay. I think movement templates need a fundamental change to them, which will also ripple into position modifiers. So if we go to a movement template, right now, here's our problem. Yes, almost universally, that is the username. Shockingly, there's not a lot of competition for that username. Okay, I think anything I do with a target here will be passed by reference. So you're getting into IRL territory again, cats. How are we going to do this? So we need so if a movement template has a local target, direction changes do not affect the actual direction, they affect the target. Okay, we can still work with this. Default. By default, they'll still return whatever target you give them. How many hours of sleep? 5 5 or 6. Oh, did I miss some stuff here? I think I did. I think I missed somebody greeting me, so sorry about that. Looks like I think it was Canicus joined us up there. Sorry about that. Text is scrolling and I am getting a bit distracted by the code at the moment. So it'll just take whatever the target is and use that. And by default, a target has a position of 0 and a null entity. It's still okay. As long as the target actually exists. There are channel bots, cats. Some of them do stuff, some of them don't. Some of them I'm just trying to figure out what to do with them. Okay. So there's no longer... We don't need movement direction any longer, which should disrupt some of the code in these. Okay, so it's going to override in the target. It's going to keep its local target direction. And it will only override the parts that it cares about. No, I generally don't play those kind of competitive games with ranks and whatnot. All right, Kebo. Bob. Really need to call this. GTG is usually got to go. All right, cats. Have a good day. NetSpeak abbreviations. Hey. This guy is demanding a bit of attention. Give him some chin scratches. Get target. Local target. Set the target. Object. So we're editing the target according to our local targets. Okay. Track player. Okay, track player is relevant too. Okay, we do need to override get target on a lot of these. Where are we using get target? So if we do movement move, I think that's where it lives. Yeah. This might also be part of the problem. Each one iterates down and passes its target along. Okay, get target is very important. Yes, okay, yeah, get target is critical. That's the entirety of it. We don't need to be editing target. We always return our own, and we only change it if we'd only change our local target and return local target. Yes. Okay, that's part of what we need to do. Target. To player, track player. Okay. Local target object. Equal to node.player. player position minus body to move position. Normalized. Position. Okay, get target sets our local target, and then it returns local target. We're going to rename this one to track player. By default, the movement template's move function. You don't want that. It always just return local target. Or an element of local target. Target random mob. So, okay. Update these names to give more consistency. Player. Does it not want to do that? Is the air moving? Air in it somewhere? No. Oh, okay. What's going wrong? Hello, Sky. Time. What is the air moving? Oh, oh, we were still running. Okay, so this just sets the target. So then we can go into the blob and we can say target player move in straight line. Target player 0 and 96. And say moving straight line. Let's go into movement template. Target.new. So that we have a default value here. Breakpoint. Breakpoint. Okay, now they're not moving again. Said Rune, you may do so in spirit. Okay. Now we'll need to figure out why they're not moving. Okay, a null target is being passed in, but that doesn't make sense. Always returns local target. Target has nothing. Local target has a random direction. So it returns that. So the next target should have a direction. And local target has nothing. This local target did not have anything to set. Okay. So if the random target doesn't set a target, it should just return target. Okay. There is a pass-through condition here. Hey there, Sarah. Welcome to the broadcast. We're doing some game development today. I'm typing very slowly because Sky is taking up the entirety of my lap and is demanding attention. So I'm several inches further away than I normally would be. Well, I appreciate the compliment, Sarah. Else. Still not moving. Target is still coming in as null. Target. Expecting move to return to target. I don't think so. Sky is staring off to the left. He's not really looking at anything. He's in that sort of like semi-doze. All right, we're going to have to get into move here. Reset the velocity. Oh, get target. Target now is null. Okay, let's go into get target. Our target entity, and initially first target after random direction as a direction. This is the target after random mob. Direction. This is the target after the move one, the straight line move. Straight line move is nulling it. Because it needs get target. Because it needs get target. That's why. That's why. I do not ride an off-road bike or motorcycle. This target has a random direction. Second target should still have a random direction. Third target. Okay, we're back to them firing randomly. I have before, but am not really interested in. Okay. So another firing randomly, but we still need the position logic to take effect. Okay, so this is where we need, when we are creating each object, the movement template needs to accept the target of the prior one. Okay. Yeah. Let's try this. Target object. Direction. Target direction. That, and that. I don't have the schedule for this week. That'll probably show up tomorrow, cats. And maybe 45 more minutes before we close up. Kind of a slow day. Still not correct. Welcome back, Sapphire. Okay, so our current problem is that we're still resetting the targets, and what we want to be able to do is update each movement object to have the matching target. We're still working on our game here, Sapphire. At the moment, what we're trying to get back to is where position modifiers will work. We're probably going to do Apollo Justice and then the Frog game a little later, so that we aren't effectively doing back-to-back of the game. It'll still be spaced out with coding. But, you know, we are making a Vampire Survivors style game. So, you know, player in middle of screen spraying projectiles everywhere. Okay, so this creates each mob body and sets its movement. It populates the movement templates. So one of the things I think we need to do is get the idea of, we're going to take this out and we're going to do a separate loop. Yeah. Okay, so then we've iterated over the count, we've applied all of those. So now we're going to do what train game can... I don't have any new games on the in the immediate future. The Warrior Tranquility is currently in the new game slot. If we do a third one, I'll have to guess. Usually Monday and Tuesday morning that I get the schedule finalized. Or mob body in bodies. No, I don't stream on Mondays, and well, my usual schedule is that I don't stream on Mondays and Thursdays. Okay, so we set its movement. Target is equal to null initially. You do movement.target is set the target. I will always consider updating the schedule to have more streams, but I do want to make sure that there is downtime to do things like planning and video editing, that kind of stuff. it helps me do other stuff, and it lets me do other stuff for content in similar, but also to unwind and avoid things like burnout. If target is null and target is not equal null, then equal to target.new. So then if it is not equal null, in some languages it's nil, not null. There is the possibility of multiple streams in a single day. If I were to do an early, an earlier, if I were to start earlier with a stream, it would probably be a separate stream, just so that there is downtime to get the full triad of streams running again. Then movement object action direction. So what we're doing is if before the movement we have already set up target, then we're going to populate the current movement with the current target just in case. It will relay down. And then we'll do the movement. And then if there is a target, if there is not a target, we're going to pull it out of the movement object. Yeah. Not right, I guess. The spawner class is broken. All right, we still have this problem. We don't want them moving independently. We're going to have the first one move, and then we're going to go over each movement template in the movement, and we're going to set its movement target, the corresponding target. Yes. Okay. So it's really going to look like something like this. Need movement as a variable. I'm going to say zero. Okay, so we move the first mob. For I in where's the, thought I had an iterator elsewhere, but next, we're doing some game development in Godot. This is GD script. I'm currently trying to fix my code. All to be mimicked, and then we're going to adjust them accordingly. Yeah, that should do it. I can count. It's 1. Okay, so for each one, so if you mean something else than what's on the screen full of code there, feel free to let me know. This is largely a chatting and coding stream. And for J in bodies, I +1 movement templates. Movement template. size. All right. So we're iterating over the movement templates. And then template. All right, well, welcome, Antia. Very slowly fixing issues. How about his movement template? Okay. Dot target. Is it? Is it? That's not how we want to do it. Movement template. This is going to be a Vampire Survivors style game. Right now, what we're working on is a modular movement and targeting system. It's broken at the moment. A original model was working, but we wanted to expand on the nuance of it. Effectively, we want to be able to have a chain of behaviors for a projectile. So the projectile could home on one target, but also try to home on a second target or similar. I do recall you swinging through the channel before, Crazy Monk. See here. Look at random direction. Okay, we'll pass in mob body and the local target. Is that really what we want? This actually sets its target. So it won't work if we call get target. Oh. We've kind of dug a hole for ourselves here. And now we're trying to dig back out. This one won't work for that. Random direction. If it goes for random direction, it's going to try to update that. I know some people use that. Some VTubers will use that. Some streamers will use that. Little animated hand over the head kind of thing. We could do set target. Yeah, we need a set target. Direction. So this is the default interaction. Just to ensure, but each one of them is potentially going to have a different way to do set target. Oh. I mean, in theory. Most of the weapons are going to have a cat-related theme to them. The initial ones are going to be derived from a Noida mod that I used in my very early streams. I made a mod for a game called Noida that had that is the origin for a lot of the character concepts and whatnot, both in this game, but also kind of referenced in my whole character. So some of them will be that. Those were cat-themed objects. We've got the first one in, at least visually. And then we'll start thinking of others. We don't want to call parent unless we're absolutely sure what parent is doing. So each one of these is probably going to have to deal with set target. So most of them are going to do this. Most of the ones I've created are going to do this, but there will be variations. So we're doing this to bypass this logic here. This one can always set a random direction. It doesn't need to worry. Target random mob might not work because if it can't find a valid target, then it'll move on. Hey there, Fantasia. Well, there's always going to be kitties available. All right, Antium. Thanks for joining us. There'll be more game dev every week. Let's see what other kitties are here. Hey there, Pheromones. Let's see. We can see 4 kitties right now. The one that was on the original cam there, that was Sammy on the bed. Then we have Sky up in the cat tree. Ember is napping across from my keyboard. She's the one with the orange ear, but otherwise kind of gray and white. And then you can see Sherbet in the other cat tree by the window. Each of them is near their traditional spot. Sammy is normally on the big squishmallow. Each of them kind of has their place. Okay. We might run a little bit longer. I think we're on target here. I'm going to be right back, folks. Sorry for those that just joined, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, getting settled back in. Turning in just a moment. All right. Okay, so these should iterate fine. Now we go into the spawner. Set target. Still need a clean get target. Still need a clean get target. I do not have a favorite viewer, Keba. There will be people that I seem to interact with more often, but that's generally because they are active. I respond to chat. I'm trying to make a Vampire Survivor style game there, Pheromones. I like purple, Rune. Purple. We actually need body to move in target. Because when we're moving, we have target. That's only relevant when we're actually moving. So if we look at random direction, we don't need a body to move. Forget target. We look at random mob. Okay, we do need a current point of reference for that. We're not in the opposite. We're not too far off here. We can move the character around and they can collide with stuff. What we're working on right now, Pheromones, is the way that projectiles move around. Technically, how creatures move around, like what logic they move using. So we need them to chain together. I want them to happen kind of one after the other, these logic chunks. But right now, they're not working in clusters. So when multiple of them happen on top of each other, let's say you fire 3 projectiles at once, that logic isn't working how I want it to. So we're trying to fix that. I think get target should always return local target, even if that's null. If it returns nothing, that's still okay. It should carry through, that's the thing. If random mob doesn't pick something and set the movement, then that shouldn't pass down. So we do need the returning logic. So it should have a pass in or get target. But we already got target on the original. So we should be able to get target again with a null. Right? That's not reliable. Okay, we need a different function for this. This is calculate target. We just want to get the target. Okay. Also of the player pheromone. So we're looking at something that's a little closer to the generation of projectiles for games like Noida and Bioprototype. Mostly Noida, where I will be determining things like how does it aim, how does it determine what to aim at, how fast does it move, how does it move. You know, it picks the farthest target away it can see and it moves in an S-curve. That kind of stuff. That's going to be the way that weapons change over time, is that you keep gluing modifiers to them instead of them just getting linearly stronger and then morphing. It's you keep sticking stuff to the projectiles until they're doing what you want them to, or you broke them and you're in a bad way. So it's one of those where you experiment to try to make something overpowered as you're going. If you look at some of my old VODs, or you just look up a game called Noida, you can see some of that nonsense happening. The mod that I wrote for Noida and used led to some of that crazy stuff happening, like gigantic map-spanning explosions. Hey there, Jordan. Or Yorn. Not sure which pronunciation of J we're dealing with there. We could just export the target and have a get set. There will be a nuke, Kebo. The nuke will be an end condition. It is one of the games that you can crash your PC with a couple of mods. Noida is the... We reached a point in Noida where I essentially changed the game to be the goal being to get to the bottom and attack the boss and beat the boss. And the boss gets linearly stronger, well, potentially exponentially stronger every time you complete the loop. So the early kills would be easy, but eventually you need to do ridiculous amounts of damage. So the game for us was both the community trying to stop me from getting to the bottom, but also me trying to see how big of a number can I create in that game and how bad I can make the frame rate when it happens. So there were streams where we would be near the end and we would be waiting minutes before a frame update. I think our biggest damage number was in the quintillions. Interestingly, it's not the PC that suffers, it's that the game takes so much time to update each frame. So it's just doing a lot of processing, but it's not like in some games where there's so much happening on the screen that it's trying to render, 10,000 things. It's just, well, it's a different type of busy. The program slows down, the PC doesn't bog down. Though there are folks that ran into performance issues like PC strain with Noida. Okay. This is calculate target. Direction, player, straight line. Go into movement template and we say calculate target. Function get target. And local target. It could be a lot of fun, pheromones. So then player is okay. Go into the spawner. Target to copy is this mess. Get target. And then we put set target, target to copy. Sets initial target, and then we go into one of these .movement.move. At the end of the iteration of them. Then we remove this. I've mentioned it before. I'm dabbling with the idea of having some days where I started earlier stream. It will probably be in phone format, like the stream that you're connected to, Yorn. But no guarantees as of yet. In any event, thanks for swinging through. If you're interested, there's always the VODs. Okay. Is it still broken? Something's still broken. Calculate target. Reload. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, its two sibling projectiles aren't updating. So we don't know if it's working yet. Wait. Let's go into movement. We're going to export our target. target equal to object action Huh. Hey there, Star. Welcome. Con, this is actually Godot engine. This is the editor specific to it. You can use Visual Studio with this if you're using C#. It will accept C# libraries, but I felt like learning something new. Nope. Okay. Wasn't the thing. We are making a Vampire Survivor style game, Con. Right now we're trying to fix our target and movement kind of daisy chain logic here. It broken. It broken. All right, we're going to look at move in straight line. It's at 96. It's local target like. Okay. Next one. Nothing. Okay, next one is getting nothing. That's exactly what's going on, Con, is I was like, oh, I'll just change this, and the whole thing has fallen apart. Okay, so something is not propagating through here. And we are running a little bit long today. Just a bit. It's a change I want to make. The trick is now getting it back to, like, I've refactored. So now I want to try to get the kind of loose ends that resulted from that in there. Hit the target. We set the target. Okay, this has got to be where it's failing. So let's look at this fun right here. And we're going to simplify things. We're going to go into our little homing mouse here, and we're going to change it to be only one extra projectile. Okay, so that was this move right here, what we just saw. We're not using this at all, so we'll fix that later. Target to copy. Has stuff in it. So then we hop over that. So now we're going to look at our mob bodies here. Where are they? We're still inside this. There are 2 mobs. Yep. This should be the second one that we messed with. We'll get to that later. Okay. Target isn't passing into each one. All right, let's get the target to copy off of each one of these. Yep. That one makes sense because there's nothing to target right now. And when it subsequently calls get target, so let's look at our movement again. So we calculate the target. That's for each movement when we call calculate target with body to move in target, which is going to be whatever it has stored together. Movement. Do I need to do that? Just a quick check. Let's look at a mob body just to be sure. Yeah, it exports its movement. So we need movement to export its target. How to reach dark sorcerer status in programming. Just keep doing it. Eventually you'll learn tricks. Though personally, if you want to get to that kind of thing, you'd probably want to learn programming languages like C. Because that's where you can do the really both questionable and powerful things. So I feel like that falls into dark sorcery. Thanks for joining us, Con. Probably not going to get a headache, but it is frustrating. Okay, so the movement object can have a target. If I go into the spawner, we have target here. New, so it is emptied out. Target dot target object. Target direction. Equal to buttons. That and then dot target object. direction. Then dot target object action. Set the target, and then we will move just so that it propagates appropriately, or should. Get to copy, that is the random direction one. After the mob one. And then this one. That one still has a direction. Okay. Bodies of what? Is I currently 0, so that should be 1. So this guy here. Ah. Still not working. There is another object that should be moving, but it is not. Well, I think we're going to have to go from there. Let's do one more check here. So straight line movement should give us has a direction. No direction. Object. No. Move and then nothing. Okay. The second one is always getting nothing when it calls into its calculate target. like its local target and the target being passed to it is wrong. Let's check that again. First one is fine. Second one will be the problem. So the target passed in has nothing. The local target has nothing. That unfortunately makes sense. Okay, that's the first one. We want the second one. Okay, second one has a target. Target gets nulled out. Okay. First one, 1, 2, 3, second one. Seems like an acronym. Not familiar with it. Third one. Okay, that is... Need one more. Okay, so this target has the same starting target as the original one. Okay, this is after random direction. Random direction nulls it out. Okay, this is the second entity. So it's target being passed in. Yeah. Yeah. So that target's only being called once, though. That target should be called multiple times. This should loop. Oh. Those set targets are working. I believe, yeah, that one is Sherbet. Welcome back, Sci-Fi. We're going a little late today. Hey there, lady. We're trying to do some debugging. Let's get to here. Get that. We're coding a game. We're trying to make a Vampire Survivor style game, and the bug that we're running into is that the target object being passed around here is not what we expect it to be. Okay, so we're going to look at mob bodies here. We're going to look at the second one and its movement. It's movement templates. Second one's target is null. Why is the second one's target null? Here. Okay, so now we go to the second one. It's movement. Its target is not null. Then we're gonna execute the move statement. And we're gonna look at that second ID again. Movement, its target. Its target got nulled after it moved. It's got to be in movement. It's got to be here. Okay, this movement object. One again. No. Is this one null? Reload it so we can tell what's going on. First one has no target yet, but after it calls calculate target, it gets one. Second one should already have a target. Yep. Then we call calculate target, and it loses it. Thanks. That one is 1 of 5. Let's see. How many of them can we spot? There's a good chance that one of them is kind of up and right from that pair on the bed. Ember is over on a shelf. She's the kind of gray, orange, and white one. If I had to guess, this guy may have gone under the bed again. Found that 5 is kind of max for optimum cat attention, you know, for me. Okay. Stop. We're going to reload. This is the first one. It comes out of it. It has a target. This target is now going to be called through set target on the second one. target is still okay. So we're calling through, that is random direction. Then random mob. Random mob nulls it. Why is random mob nulling it? Now there are some folks that effectively just end up with a feral cat colony either in their house or around their house. Like for me, when I said kind of optimum kind of cat attention, that is, I can actively pay attention to each of the cats as an individual, as opposed to having to treat them as essentially all of the cats at once. For a period, I had 7, and that's where I kind of determined I do not want a guinea pig. At one point, my family did have a guinea pig. I mean, they kind of exist. Okay, under what circumstance? Okay. Let's see. Loop back in again. First projectile. This one moves properly. Second projectile. We're going to hop into here. This is the random direction. Target should still be okay. Yep. So now we're coming into random mob. Step into that one. It has received a target. Its local target is nothing because it doesn't have a mob. I appreciate it, lady. I appreciate it. We do game development, but also we do some gaming. Generally like investigation, visual novel kind of stuff. Usually a pretty chill stream. Target is set, but we have no target. We have no actual target. So I think here's our problem. Here's our problem. So if it finds no mob, it doesn't set anything. We don't care about the target being set. We care about there being a mob target. There's our problem. Target object is not equal null. I think we fixed it. Let's test. Let's test. Mouse. How about that? We gotta. We fixed it. Well, thanks, Ventus. You arrived just in time for us to actually get our projectile launching code working again. We have now separated out, we've changed it so that we can have modifiers to movement that change the target as it's going along. So some of them will respect prior targets, some of them will not. Right now, there are some that are overriding. So it starts out with random direction. If there is a random mob that it could target, here, so it was mostly firing in a random direction there. If we go into our blob spawner and we set it back to kind of where we wanted it, we should get little blue blobs entering the screen from the side soon. He said. Cuttlefish, we made it so that weapons can target properly. Or we fixed it. They aim at things. Okay, we've broken the blobs, though. Mob should have a function called targetable position. Oh, but target object. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Just test that. That's weird. Oh. Okay, this is unexpected behavior, but interesting. Okay, that's part of what's going wrong. This object, this can break down. That can break down. Hey there, Tass. Because this target mob that we've got that we're setting into this might be an invalid target. Anytime we're referencing a target entity like this, we need to make sure that it still exists if it's an object in the world. So we could go into target. Oh, that should work. We have wrapped that. So anytime we reference target object, we should be getting a valid instance or null. Oh, but it could result in null. It could result in null. So we still need to have safety checks. That was interesting because they were retargeting. They're not supposed to retarget when it's random mob. And that was happening because of that logic right there. Is as soon as the target object reported null, it reverted it over. So let's go into that and again until it fails. So it has interface targetable. Here's our blob. It has targetable position. Oh, we did get a triple. That's rare. Hey there, Colin. We're problem solving. We're doing some game dev. It has targetable position, right? Because it got that far. Misspelled? Target. Yeah, target object is null now. How did target object become null? Oh. See the problem? Ah. Wrong variable. I don't know why he do that. And it's still not behaving correctly. Oh, well, no. I know why it does that. So the minute its target mob dies, it reverts to random direction. Which is still interesting, actually. I don't hate that. But I may still adjust it. It's a neat effect. It's a neat effect. So that projectile range was targeting that blob. Neat, neat. It's very pretty. Here, let's... For a good closer here. We'll wrap up with this visual. Oh, we can do better. We can do better. Look at him go. Now, I don't know why this is happening. There's an anomaly going on here. And we are seeing a performance hitch now. We do need to have a projectile limit. Oh, we're learning stuff. We're learning stuff. Look at that frame rate drop. Now, it doesn't infinitely drop down because after a bit, they hit the kind of culling wall, but yeah, I don't know why we're getting some stragglers there. There's probably some problems with the iteration logic. But if we look at random mob right here is the actual problem logic. Yeah, there's got to be some extra stuff that I'll do, whether it's projectile lifespan or something, but there's also optimization that's definitely going to have to happen. It shouldn't be failing at that pace. Got a little more time yet. Got a little more time yet. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I'm engaged. So if we look at our game scene, take the camera, we're going to take our zoom 0.1. Now the projectiles should be getting culled soon. But they're not. That's a problem. This is why it was slowing down. They should be going away far before that. So if we look at 2D here, after they reached the edge of like the painted area, hey there, Mud. If they hit this, they should go away. Let's check the kill zone collision detection. It's going to look for everything, right? Yeah, it searches for everything. Then if we go into game script, the bullet hits that, it should remove it. So we're gonna, if we get no collision when it reaches the edge here, it should be out in this space here, then we know we've got a problem. Pool type of 2. Is that right? Look at our projectile here. I think it might be the spawn. Yeah, it's the spawner. It's the weapon itself. Pool type of 2. And we look at our global nodes. Player bullet. So why you not get removed? One more check. So we know the removal logic in general works because we can see the little blob guys getting hit by the waves of little mice. Wonder what I'll need to do to optimize this more. Should remove the entity. This shouldn't really matter. I think I originally thought this was necessary, but it's not. Hey there, Heinz. We have fixed one thing, mostly. There's still a little glitch in it. And now we're on to the next thing. We're doing some coding. This should be removing the bullet object, but it's not. Exactly, Heinz, exactly. Claim a victory, even if it's a little one. Generally a good mentality to have. Let's speed this up. No offense taken. Neom. Okay, bullet hit wall. How do we know that it's being removed properly? Is there anything else we have to remove it from? Why does this not remove it when it removes the blobs? The blobs have the same general structure. It's exactly true there. In a constant state of, but that's not supposed to do that at all. If we'll still figure out, like, this little guy's an outlier. Okay, I was creating a duplicate instance. Alright, so we still have one outlier in the projectile set. It's kind of doing its own thing each time. This little guy here. This little guy here. Not every time, it's sometimes. But it needs to be consistent. It should be the same way each time. Okay, but that solved one problem. Now if we do random mob. Target is set. Or the local target. Okay, the outlier is still in there. Let's remove any mobs from the first little bit. Okay. If random mob isn't in place, position modifiers don't work. So that will be the bug that we start with next time. So if this can't find a target, it's not passing along. Well, it's passing along random direction, but that's not properly being preserved. That's not properly being adjusted. Like, the position modifiers aren't working for it. So we'll have to do more fixing. The second one in the chain isn't working. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, we made some progress today. We mostly accomplished what we set out to do. There's still an iteration of one of the bugs, but at least the projectiles are all moving. Now we have to figure out how to make sure that position modifiers, like the cone spread, are actually taking place properly. We'll see. That's not a question that I generally answer how you'd want it to be answered. Character story wise, I can answer that. This body that you see is like 3-ish years old, little over that. If you mean the actor behind the VTuber, yeah, I won't answer that. I don't show up on camera, and I don't give personally identifiable information to any great extent. But in any event, we made some progress today. Schedule for the coming week hasn't been set yet, but I'm going to work on it tomorrow and Tuesday morning so I can get the streams for the week up. But we're looking at probably on Tuesday, probably Ace Attorney. And then a little later in the week, we're going to continue with our Frog Crime and play some For Your Tranquility. And we'll go from there. We'll see how it do. Pheromones, the kind of behaviors like chance for multiple, that kind of thing, that's actually totally within what we're building. But we'll see. We are wrapping up the stream, Heinz. We're just about at hour 4. So I figure this glitch is a good one to end on for now. Hour 5 tends to be the limit. We can't get near hour 6. Hour 6 is where I can't mitigate particular YouTube shenanigans. But yeah, we will be picking this up again on stream will continue on Tuesday, and we're probably going to have coding in between games. We have 2 games for next week. Don't know if there'll be a 3rd game. So it'll either be 3 games and 2 coding streams, or 3 coding streams and 2 games. We'll find out eventually. And in any event, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, depending on what the platform is. That will help the algorithm serve you up stuff that you like in the future, and hopefully my stream. And with all of that said, I hope everybody has a good rest of their day, and I hope to see you next time.